please arise for national anthem. In the name of God, Royal Highnesses, His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Communication and Information Technology Commission, Engineer Abdullah Al-Swaha, our dear guests, our viewers via live broadcast, peace be upon you and God mercy. Today we are pleased to welcome you to the Digital Technology Forum 2022 organized by the Communication and Information Technology Commission in partnership with Ministry of Communication and Technology, the Saudi Export Development Authority, and the Local Content and the Government Procurement Authority under the slogan Empowering Local Digital Products, which highlight technical products, the local and the opportunities to enable them in the local and global markets, and the strategic directions to support and enable them in addition to focus on blockchain technology. Today, we are launching from a powerful stories and the local talents to develop the digital economy here in KSA. With the entrepreneurial experience and innovation which started the journey of this overcoming the obstacles and challenges that they faced. Of these products has a journey that deserves to be narrated.
والله الحمد احنا من اول يوم بدأنا في تي2 كنا مؤمنين بالتخصص في تطوير المنتجات التقنية، فبدأت فكرة منتج أفيلو بشكل بسيط، وهو أن نخدم الجهات اللي عندها عدد من الأفرع في تحضير الموظفين بدون أجهزة وبدون تحديات أنظمة البصمة والأجهزة التقليدية. فبحثنا عن الحلول التقنية ووظفنا التقنيات الحديثة مثل إنترنت الأشياء والذكاء الاصطناعي، وعملنا على دراسة دي الجدوى الاقتصادية للمشروع ونموذج مبدئي للعمل التجاري. كنا مؤمنين جدا بالفكرة. بعدها بدأنا في بناء الحد الأدنى من المنتج اللي هو الMVP، وبعد ما اتضحت معنا فكرة الMVP بدأنا بالبحث عن العميل الأول، واستمرينا بعد العميل الأول خارطة الطريق لتطوير المنتج واستمرار عملية التطوير والتحسين والمزايا.
خلال جائحة كورونا كان يوجد تحدي في التعامل مع العملاء وخصوصاً التأثيرات الاقتصادية عليهم، مما جعلنا نفكر في خيارات تقديم المنتج. يوجد المنتج المحلي صعوبات في طريقة تقديم المنتج والعمل على اختراق السوق تقارع فيها الخيارات العالمية، مما جعلنا نبتكر ابتكارات جديدة للوصول للعميل بطريقة سهلة ونمكنه من الحصول عليها.
تقبل الجهات والشبه الحكومية لنظام سحابي داخل المملكة وعدم اعتمادهم على أنظمة داخل مراكز بياناتهم فقط. دخول التقنيات للقطاع الإنشائي خاصة يواجه صعوبة.
This video talking about the digital technology
طرق وأساليب تقليدية مما يسبب خوف من التغيير. نشر الوعي في أهمية تمكين التقنيات سيساعد في استخدام هذه التقنيات والاستفادة منها.
بداية فكرة تصدير منتج جاءت من شراكتنا في معارض خارجية، وذلك عندما شاركنا في أكثر من معرض خصوصا في جناح الصادرات السعودية. وجدنا الحمد لله اهتمام بالخدمات التي تقدمها المنتج بشكل لافت. وكان طبعا من أبرز المعوقات وقتها عدم وجود قاعدة عملاء كبيرة، والتي بطبيعة الحال تزيد من ثقة العملاء الخارجيين. بالإضافة إلى ذلك ضرورة وجود ممثل للمنتج أو وكيل تسويق المنتج خارجي في الأسواق المستهدفة والأسواق الخارجية. وللشركات المحلية الأخرى نقترح ضرورة دراسة السوق الخارجي المستهدف وتحديد الاحتياجات والتعديلات التي يجب تنفيذها على المنتج لوائم الأسواق المستهدفة.
We would like to invite the Governor of Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Raed Al-Faiz, to introduce the introductory presentation of the works of the forum. Your Excellencies, Royal Highnesses, our dignified guests, we would like to welcome you in the CITC in launching the second edition of Digital Technology Forum. This forum that focuses on a promising industry, which is information technology and startup technology here in KSA. Inspiring words and great words by His Royal Highness, the Chairman of the Ministry, the Council Ministry, affirms the use of technology and startup technologies in innovating opportunities and digital of all the sectors and the whole world. And by God's blessing and the support, unlimited support, and by the support of our wise leadership, this sector has grown a lot and became the most growth sector here in KSA. This sector is a pivotal sector to the other sectors to achieve the Vision 2030. As you can see in front of you, this industry has grown day by day from 2017 with $43 billion Saudi riyal, until to and by your support and the support of wise leadership of recruitment and salary, we will exceed 100 billion Saudi riyal. Last week we launched the first edition of the forum, and the focus there in viewing the strategy of CITC in enabling this industry. God, thanks to Allah, we launched five strategic trends, and our focus at that time on the investment pivot and enhancing investment here in KSA, whether creating local investment or polarizing a unique investment. Since that day, thanks God, we achieved a lot of achievements by the blessing of God and by the support of our wise leadership and the support of the Minister of CITC. And we achieved these achievements. Allow me to share it with you. The scale of the market is 73 billion Saudi riyal and exceeded the CITC industry with 3 billion Saudi riyal, and this was a first. More than 3 billion Saudi riyal invested was polarized and it was localized, and 9 technical companies have been listed in the market in the shareholder market, and our hope is bigger by the presence of the technical companies to double the number by the coming days. More than 500 technological companies have been registered to be the link between the sellers and the recruitments under the classified of the CITC market, with 5 main market and 30 sub-market to identify the players in each sub-market and of these markets. In the startup technology, Internet of Things, we achieved more than 10 million subscription M2M, and this means the trend and the direction of the startup that covers 95% of the urban regions in KSA. This network able to more than 500,000 gadgets on this network. Also, we allow the connected vehicles, more than 20 brands of cars. Also, when it comes to the cloud, it's an infrastructure and a model which enable all the works, all services and digital solutions of the digital technology. So doubled the registries, more than 3, and the service provider has reached 31. Among them are 3 companies who are global, which is hyperscalers, and the polarizing in the iCloud will be, and the announcement will be soon. When it comes to the motivational investment environment, CITC launched legislations and power. These documents and legislations are to systems guidance, to documents that enable everyone of supply and demand to know these legislations and facilitate to work to adopt information technology in KSA. Also, we launched 12 enabling initiatives and 33 awareness events to increase the demand, and we're aiming to increase by our partners in the industry. I'll have some examples on the initiatives, the enabling initiatives. We had a workshop for SMEs, and they have packages, motivational packages, and competitive prices to motivate them to have iCloud. And we had workshops to encourage companies to invest. And also, when it comes to make use of the startup investment, we had launched a sandbox to encourage investors and to in our forum, in its second edition, the light will be shed on 2 areas: the technological local products. Also, we will clarify its future direction and the promising opportunities, especially in the startup technologies. Also, we will be focusing on blockchain, and it's one of the startup technology that has a great impact, and we will watch afterwards some statistics about it. Our focus or selection of this matter is sustainability and to enhance the independency of the expertise and infrastructure of the local. A study done by CITC on 50 companies, there is a huge trend of the private and public sectors that 40% and 80% of these sectors are planning to try the local and technological products, that the satisfaction level is increasing, and we found that it exceeded the foreign products, and it competed with them in so many products. And when it comes to blockchain, it is undoubtedly one of the promising sectors and one of the promising technology, and it has a high growth percent, and it reached 41%, and it serves a lot of industries by supply chains and documenting assets, and it has a great impact when it comes to the new technology with Metaverse, Web3. Also, the forum has three additional things. The first thing that unique launches. One of them is concerned in growing the sector in general, and the other is concerning the growing the developing the local products. Also, honoring some sectors who contributed in this, and also announcing those who won in the collaborative innovation that make to create opportunities and solution of local product that will see lights and go global, and we will be proud of it in the upcoming days. And the exhibition that I'd like to invite everyone to make use of it and visit it. We have more than 35 products in the exhibition, and we have a consultation booth. You can have make use of the expertise of the consultant, and how can you apply the blockchain in their works. I'd like to welcome you again, and I extend my thanks to be here in this forum, and I also want to extend my thanks to the supportive sector in CITC and local content and export, Saudi export, and I'd like those who are organizing this forum in the best ways. Thank you so much. Thank you so much on the fruitful information and the numbers that you shared with us, which showed us the importance of this sector, ladies and gentlemen. After this introductory, we are going into a journey to so much launches and initiatives that done by the teamwork of CITC and its partnership of a promising future, and to have a unique transformation in the CITC industry. In continuation of the success of the first edition, we are welcoming two groups of the initiatives, of the consultant initiatives. It is an initiative that launched by CITC last year, and the enjoining of 20 sectors of and the supportive that gives a holistic view of the market of CITC here in KSA. We are viewing a part of this initiative and its impact. In continuation of the launching journey, this year edition, enabling the local technology products, and in this occasion, CITC is announcing the guidance of digital technology, which is the first of its. We now welcome the Vice President of the Competition, Engineer Omar Al-Rajrar, to have a simplified presentation of a system that talks about SMS and the blockchain, which represent a unique transformation in the governance of the SMS. Hello, everyone. Welcome. The latest our launch, we are talking about SMS. SMS is a telecommunication service in the digital technology for one reason. SMS has two types, B2B, B2B, person to person. It's not our discussion today. These are the messages between people, and the SMS A to B, application to person. On the left, when talking about A to B, the messages A to B, the scale is 1 billion real. There is 20,000 of sectors that are making use of it. And there are 35 billion of messages, whether it's banks, private sectors, public sectors. This number and this scale of the exchange of the SMS of data facing a lot of challenges. Not having an electronic system that governs this system, operational burdens of the companies. There is it has no credibility of the ownership, and limited governance, and having names of senders, and having various sectors that have the same name. So we to facilitate the organization, as we can say from the right, that and the service provided is connecting with the telecommunication in a way to be traditional. A blockchain has been developed, and STCs and mobile have been linked by nodes, and it has been activated of 50,000 with a credible that lessen the working hours from 2 weeks to 36 hours. And the tag names, the credibility of the messages have been increased, the operational burdens have decreased, and this by using this technology to govern the current status. Today will be launching of this system, and it will be effective starting from today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Engineer Omar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology. The representative of His Excellency Mr. Saad Al-Salaba. We would like to invite the governor of CITC, and we are pleased to invite the Minister of Communication, Engineer Abdullah Aswaha, to participate in the honoring in the next opening. Please, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward, all of us, to announce the winning products of the innovation. I'm sorry, I can't hear his voice. The music is louder than his voice. And we would like to congratulate all the teamwork who are participating in this. I invite those who are winning to come. The product of Majlis Tech and the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs to come on the floor. The product Abilo of the developing the commercial of the Commission of Zakat and Tax. The product Sunni of a business company and industrial cities, Mudun. the product White Helmet of White Helmet Company and the general establishment of saline water. Thank you, Your Excellency, in participating in this honoring and the introductory or the opening ceremony is ending. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to invite the member of Shura to be the moderator the first session in the forum that will tackle the governmental role in developing and supporting the local technological product. Please welcome with me Dr. Latifa Abdel Karim. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, those who are participating with us today, peace be upon you. Since the launch of the Saudi Vision 2030 and the system of CITC, that accelerating with the time in making the technology and enabling the startup technologies and identifying the contribution of the local technology. A lot of study conducted of the current situation. What are these challenges and the difficulties faced by the industry and the local technological product today? We can say that we set our places, we set the arrow against the goal, and we achieved a great story of success and in the innovation indicator, and we witnessed the honoring of 4 winners of the collaborative innovation awards. Today, local technological companies who are registering in tech, more than 500 companies. More than 30 of them are participating in the exhibition today. Approximately 180 are specialized in the startup technologies. 31 among them is providing the iCloud service, the cloud service, sorry. We didn't stop at this point. 9 of them have been listed in the stake market. We didn't stop to this limit. We exceeded the local barriers to be international. Approximately 28 country that we exported the Saudi product today with the launching of the national strategy of the industry with its promising goals. We can say that even if we were late in the industry generally, but with the enablers today, we are living a golden opportunity. You are the entrepreneur in it, in the and enhance it in the local content. In this session, we will view in transparent and clear way with the leaders of the local content the governmental role in supporting the local technological product. We will view the integration of the sector. What are the policies? What are the initiatives? What are the financial programs and our plan in those who are participating with us. You are whether you are you have the say today whether to be our goal in the near future. We will also that the local content how can contribute in the GDP, how can we achieve our goals in the digital percentage by the year 2025. What are the governmental role in adopting the startup technology and supporting SMEs, local? What are the most digital local products? Please allow me to invite on the stage His Excellency the VP of CITC Haytham Al-Awhali, and His Excellency of VP of the Ministry of Industry Zamil, and the Governor of the Digital Governance Hello, Your Excellency, and you have a great role in clarifying all the aspects that the technological companies and the users and those who are participating, stakeholders, and those who are interested in knowing it. I'll start with you, Your Excellency, the VP of CITC, Engineer Haytham Al-Awhali. Your Excellency, in general, what are the role of the governments in supporting the local product, and what are why they are focusing on the support of the local content from the perspective of the CITC? Hello, first off, good morning, and I'd like to extend my thanks to the Professor Ahmed Al-Tamimi on organizing this great forum. I believe that the governments are aware in enhancing the digital economy and growing the local content. The most important point it is the financial motivation. We saw lately a great example that Amazon, when they were having their next headquarters, they had support of more than 1 million in Virginia. Other thing of the forms of support is the consuming policies. We see in Korea they have a consuming policy in consuming 5G by Samsung in Korea. Also, the legislation and system, these are very important, and the support by the governments for the companies of digital technology. For example, the public procurement, and the fourth point is the governmental interference, whether on diplomacy and the diplomatic announcement, and we witnessed on the taxation and how it could raise the And the fifth point, which is very excited, how could we build a whole system that support the digital technology in the digital economy? And we saw a lot of countries applying different programs, but lately we saw the program of next edition unicorn that concerned to largelize the Indonesian companies to be hardcore. They have 9 unicorn. Korea has a similar program used to have financial support so they can grow and they can compete to export outside. In the UK, they have Technation and support in the last 10 years supported 3,000 companies in polarizing talents, supporting companies with visas and giving nationalities. In general, these are the pivots that the governments are trying to focus on, whether by support and the local content in the digital economy. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We can say that and summarize that the ministry role with the policy and the financial support and enabling capabilities. Yes. And now I'll move to His Excellency, the VP of the Ministry of Industries, Engineer Osama Zamal. First off, we would like to congratulate on the launching of the strategic plan. Your Excellency, since you are a member of in the local content, we want to know the role of the Ministry and the local content commission in supporting and developing the local products. Thank you so much, Professor Latifa. First off, good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be invited to this forum. I'd like to thank CITC on this great invitation and to be amongst you. And to be amongst you in this session, I'd like hopefully to be fruitful. In fact, we would like to congratulate our country in on this local, on this national strategy. His Royal Highness give us great targets, and we are always aiming to reach such targets. In the document of the strategy, integration have been mentioned 10 times. Those who are reading this documentary will see that integration is a great factor in our targets. We need to be integration with all the enablers that we are trying to working on. The role of the Ministry of Industry is organizing and also enabling at the same time of the industry that serve the industry and the investor. That's why the governing of the national strategy is the integration with all those who are relating to this. And for more detail and to answer your question, in fact, our presence today to be a membership of the board of local content. It's containing from products and services and the commercial elements. That's why the Ministry of Industry, who are concerning with the products, are to meet the requirements locally, whether from the private sector or public sector, and working commonly in this area. But I'd like to mention a very significant point when it comes to the local content concept. It is one of the blessings of His Royal Highness that he found after launching the vision of 2030. There is no There is no any talk or tackling of the local content. But after the launch of the Vision 2030, but His Royal Highness was keenest on this, and the military industry, that KSA is spending a huge, large amounts of money. It is to have a local military industry when it comes to the local military content. After that, local content commission has been established, which will motivate the markets and investors. My point of view in the Ministry of Industry, I'll summarize it in 3 points, is motivate
والفرص الكبيرة لطلبنا المحلي تعتبر طاقة كامنة.
It is a hidden power we're not exploiting unless after launching Vision 2030, as I mentioned, when it comes to the military, and by establishing local content, it has a great role in unifying the direction when it comes to local content. That industry and its system, as I mentioned earlier, is integrating with other sectors who are in relation to it. So they had the positive common integration between the local content and the Ministry of Industry, also the CITC, and also the military industry, which resulted so many achievements.
القائمة الإلزامية
للمنتجات the obligatory list of the products. The third point, the role of the investor in developing his capability in investing the hidden power. We saw a great example for those who are I'll mention one example for the entrepreneur who was working. He had a product of the detergent. In fact, he started his factory with a self-effort, and he started at the emergence of COVID-19, and he had a great challenge in selling his product through conventional markets. And he registered that platform, and through it he reached 300,000 clients. This is a great success. This shows the digital content has a great impact on the industry. We saw Mudun honoring and its integration with the technological sector. This will enable factories in Mudun in accessing a lot of products. I'd like to mention the obligatory list. So many sectors, more than 400 local products that we could access to it. 4,000 local factories will be making use of it. Also, the pricing prioritizing that gives the priority of the local content. The local product that contributed in enabling the products and the local factories where it reached the competitiveness of the pricing more than 8,500 Saudi Riyal. Thank you so much. And these are promising targets that the factory are using the technology, and the other sectors is using the technology as a mediator in the marketing. Now we're having the question for the first client, NDC, Your Excellency Engineer Ahmed. What is the importance of the local products for you? And so you are the largest consumer. Does the Commission is satisfied of the quality of the local product? Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you on this invitation and like to congratulate you, Mr. Abdelaziz, on the launch of the strategic the launch of the national strategic of the international fund, that it mentioned that KSA is the highest globally in the governmental expenditure in the CITC industry, and it forms the 22% in 2021. So it's the quarter of the market is the government demand. Let's say an outlook or a broad horizon. What the expectation of the governmental demand starting from 2020 until 2025, we are exceeding that this amount is exceeding 93 billion riyal, whether from governmental sectors. And this is a huge number, and we are looking forward to increase the governmental demand from the market, and that the market is increasing and to exceeding 100 million riyal. It is necessary to make use of this opportunity through the local technological product. We did a simple analysis inside CITC, and we found that approximately 63 of these procurement are exported products, and this is a great opportunity. And today we have two suppliers, those who are honored earlier, high value chain. They are making the products inside of the KSA, and the other type with selling and the services after sale. We do need them, but we need the increase of the local content by integrating, and we are saying everyone is the CITC, the Ministry of Industry, and the Local Content Commission. The financial support is existing, and also coaching is existing, and the opportunity of businesses is existing, whether it's from the government or outside the government. We need to work together as an ecosystem integrated, and even with the private sector to develop this industry. Thank you so much. After you mentioned the percentage of 63 are exported products, now we're moving the communication industry. Now we know about the roles of their excellencies. What is the role of the Commission in supporting the local content products? Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone, their Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in your next. I'd like to extend my thanks and congratulations and the journey that we started last year in motivation in the local content for motivational for innovation has won. Before answering your question, I'd like to extend my thanks for those who are working on the strategy. In CITC, we have this principle, which is the common, and we embodied the strategy of the CITC with Raid al-Faiz, and it has interactive participation. And there's two amongst us. I would like to mention them by their names, where they are the core, and they are representing the private sector. And it's Mohammed Al-Khshail and Asim Al-Jammas. Thank you so much. Please have a round of applause for them. In fact, us in CITC, we have on all the legislation that we are issuing. There is no policy or legislation or of the guidelines levels. It's always commonly and integration, and when it comes between the private and the public sector, definitely CITC is working with the participating industry. Today we have the local content commission, and we have Saudi exports and the digital commission. They are the ones together hand by hand to grow the motivation, the digital local product. We are seeing this from 3 areas. The first area to protect the consumers by broadening the selection of the service, whether it's a private or public sector, by broadening the choices to have a good price and good service. And also we are motivating the investment. You see the numbers. Last year we launched 11 cloud services. Today we have 31 cloud services, and it's a broadened way. So motivating investment helps in creating the local products. A very significant element is enhancing competitiveness. Everyone sees that competitiveness, that the most powerful is the one who is winning. This is not true. Us in CITC, we are keen to have the fair competitive between everyone, and also the new entrants to have a motivational. Today, I'd like to focus on 3 points. The consultant groups. Last year we we launched that these legislation that we are working at CITC that leave a place of innovation, and we are trying to balance between them. We heard last year from the suppliers. We started to hear from the public sector what are their challenges. Also, there is supportive groups, and there are great numbers. I'm inviting you to attend these sessions that are talking about this. There is also a product, us in CITC, we were shocked that is existing in the market. Also, we have exhibition. It has more than 40 sectors that are participating in it, and we had the guidance. We launched the guidance. This launched by CITC. We did a huge scan, 60% between supply and demand. There is a good demand, but it's not heard from the demand. That's why we create this guidance presented by the colleague. This is one of the most important that we found, that the service and the service provider, there is we found that a huge acceleration in the demand. Today in the morning, before the start, there is a direct deal between the private and the public sector, and this is an indicator that there is a movement in those who are in CITC, Saudi Export, and the Local Content Commission. I believe this is a great movement, and we're looking forward at the end of the day. There is a panel, and we are in our next forum next year. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. When it comes to the demand, there is always a problem. When it comes to the market of the information technology, if there is an initiative, it will be the first steps for holistic Engineer Haytham, it is normal to study the impact of the technological industry on the GDP, but in the recent years, this impact has always has a relation with the digital economy, and we know we want to know by you what is the definition of the digital economy. Thank you so much. There is a lot of definitions, but here in KSA, we adopted the OAC clearly. Digital economy, it's any economical activity that has a digital incomes, whether it's infrastructure. So that's why we have in the digital economy, which is the core, which is that everyone know, which is the digital infrastructure, information technology, data, AI. And the other scope, which is the narrow, maybe you would think of it in a simplified way, but that the economy is based on the platforms that any, whether by platform or outlet, is a part of the scope, like the e-commerce. The third scope, which is more generic, which is the broad one. The aim of it, the best thing to think with the broad is economical activities that adopting digitization. The change that we saw in education, in agriculture, all of these changes in health, whether electronic health. So the use of technology in the digital transformation and the other digital activities. Why governments are keen to do this, why this is very important. 25% of the digital economy in the world after 3 years will be digital economy. This is the place that we can hunt the opportunities. A huge part of this number is increasing the productivity from 8 to 14% of the productivity, which is a huge element in the GDP. In each job in the digital economy create 3 jobs in other sectors. It is very important to have this interest and to develop it and to have it in an appropriate way. Why governments are focusing on digital economy? There is a study as a result of increasing of seniority and the policy of in 2030 we have 80 million vacancy job because there is no enough of humans. What are the solution? Governments are directed to robotic automatization, so we avoid this gap. That's why this is a great opportunities of digital economy to have 50 million job on the upcoming 8 years. This is in general why the digital economy is important for us globally and for us here in KSA. Thank you so much. You answered my you answered the
الاقتصاد العام بيكون يعني جزء من الاقتصاد الرقمي فكنت افكر اقول كيف حيعملون الحسبه بين الاثنين.
Thank you so much on your answer. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and in light in the contribution, Your Excellency, Engineer Osama, especially and more focused. What are the contribution of the local? What are the contribution of the technological product in the local content. The one who is the best who answering this is Abdulaziz Ismari. Local Content Commission has helped a lot in raising awareness of the local content. Since this question is having the local content, especially as I mentioned, it has services and products. If I'm focusing on the products, when it comes to the national strategy, the most important is the issue of adopting the advanced production, because the studying 90 international direction, we found that 50% of, it is a great factor in developing in any country. Since I have an industrial background, we cannot be continuing on the traditional way in industries. That's why we need to transform to the advanced production. This is what we are doing by the national strategy that launched by His Royal Highness last week, and motivate the industrial sector to raise their competitiveness, their productive, and broadening their supply chain and the other thing is, again, our aim in the industry is the integration. That's why to achieve this integration, a teamwork has been formed between the Ministry of Industry with the CITC by the governor. This is the initiative from them, that the CITC are the one who were proactive and to have this teamwork, and this indicate our work in the government is integration and common. We signed memorandum of understanding with the with Sadaya, and we have a memorandum of understanding with the other sector. Also, the ministry represented more than board. We worked together, integration with all the sectors. This to have a 4,000 factory that we launched last week with the presence of the Gulf countries, and this is initiated by KSA in the to have a Gulf initiative. In Mudun, they adopted a productive local program, and it worked on 100 factory to transform it into a future factor, and also it provided loans that reach 1 billion riyal through this program. Also, we worked with SABIC in a program called SANID, and to be this factory in working to adopt these technology. All these are the initiatives that we worked in the ministry to make use of the technology in the local product. Thank you so much. All of these initiatives are integrated. Engineer Ahmed, as a client, you faced definitely a lot of challenges in the technology of local products. Of course, you had some reforms. We would like to hear from you on this topic in 2 minutes. I'd like to focus on 3 areas. When he said Abu Faris on the gap between demand and today, we need a clear classification of contractors inside CITC. Today, the current classification is not helping in the upcoming period, and we are working with the colleagues in the Ministry of Municipality and Rural to have identify of each specialization in each company. Today, they in each company, are they distinguished in AI or blockchain or cloud? Because this is a broad industry, and we know this. We need this specialization, and this helps us in the upcoming period with the partners. We are aiming by the end of this year or the start of the coming year to have this classification and give us the specialization that we are needing. The other area which is very important when it comes to the supporting the local content of the operational cost. Today we have a great confidence of the industry. We have entrepreneurial companies and entrepreneurs who are very distinguished. We need to have more confidence in them and to rely on them a few percent according to the operational cost. We need to increase it. That's why we started with so many initiatives when it comes to the agreement, whether in the computer cloud, whether it's internet and the communication and the other agreements during the upcoming year. The third area that I'm trying to mention it is the strategy of the open source. Today, thankfully, we have more than 50 public sector of the open source, and we had these products that have been uploaded in the storage that to make use inside of the government, to have the competitiveness between public sectors and the companies to make use of the open source. All of these initiatives. Thank you so much on these initiatives on this matter. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed, we heard from Engineer Haytham when it comes to the digital economy, and CITC has an integrated role in this. Could you please shed the light on this matter? Thank you so much. I'll start from what Engineer Haytham has ended. Definitely any researcher, any literature when it comes to digital economy will find a lot of definitions. It's the core, the narrow, and the broad, and it is circulated in the global economy. I'm not focusing on the definition. I'll be focusing on our role in CITC. We are believing that the principle of legislation in the physical world, it is the same with the virtual world. So the guiding principle, the stability of the legislation, it is a known term, needs to be to minimize the risk of investment. This is one thing. And the other thing, we heard a lot of investors, and we believe that this is a reality not only in KSA but all around the world, that there is some unclarity. Let me give you this example between the Richter that happened last year on this stage. The experts of Richter, she was participated with us, and she had this information with us. The global companies that are trying to invest across borders. In past 10 years ago, they tried to more than 600 words to know a certain organization. Today, they are more than 27 words to know the legislation. All of these huge costs and all around the world, all of the countries are having legislation, whether privacy, computer, cloud, and we are aware of this in CITC. That's why we are enhancing the principle of the integration. This is the only solution by the Agency of United Nations of the IT, and thankfully us in KSA, we are the only country in Middle East and MENA to have the first ranking with the integration. This is the only solution that This is
الزملاء في الوزارة والزملاء في الصناعة وكثير من الجهات الحكومية
of my colleagues in the CITC. We are facilitating the investor. We didn't reach it yet. There is still challenges. We focused on 3 main programs. Us as a public sector, we need to talk with each other more. Today we have a committee called this legislation, and there is a huge acceptance with the SDAIA, with the competitiveness, to talk about your concerns. It is not appropriate that, for instance, SDAIA has legislation that doesn't come, that doesn't suit, for instance, transformation, transportation industry, and etc. We need to raise awareness. That's why we launched the Digital Academy, coached by the 300 trainees. They have the third path. It is very important when it comes to the consultant commission. We have a commission or consultant group, and they had certain challenges to have a report and analysis. What is our role as an organization? We know that there is a challenges. It is sometimes
مو فقط يستثمر في المملكة بل يقيد حتى في الاستثمار الخارجي إذا هو منطلق من المملكة العربية السعودية. أملنا كبير فيكم.
We high hopes to have your proposals and solutions, but through the platforms we have the digital infrastructure here in KSA, and like to extend my thanks. We are amongst the 10 countries in the speed of the internet. We are always in the first 10 ranks in the Virgin 6, so the infrastructure is very excellent, and by the support of the wise leadership, we don't have any problem. We are hoping and aspiring for your solutions and the legislation and the governmental integration. You are in safe hands. Thank you so much on your fruitful answer on this. We didn't have enough time. We only have 5 times. That's why the question I'm asking will be very brief. Engineer Haytham, about the national program. Could you please shed the light on the program, since the CITC is supervising in it, and the technology in which stage this program? Briefly, that globalization has some challenges, and we are doing regionalization. It is very important to have this program that supports information technology here in KSA, and the technology to be existent. It will be focusing on 4 things: supporting entrepreneurs, supporting research, whether entrepreneurial companies or SMEs or large companies. 3, it focuses on supporting the companies, the startup companies and the large companies, in broadening and growth and exporting. The 4th point, we cannot do this unless we support the human capital. These are the 4th points that focused by the program. The product that launched last year with Kafala, 150 million riyal from the program, 500 million from banks as loans of SMEs to have banks. This program came to lessen. The other product has been launched last month to support 2,000 entrepreneurs in their main product with 200 million riyal, and we support the entrepreneur to have a company and employ people. So these are the two most important products. We want the audience to know about these two programs. Now I move to Your Excellency Engineer Osama, since you are a member in the board of the Saudi Export, and you talked about the targets is the encouraging export. How could you support the export and thank you so much. When it comes to export, Mr. Ahmed Al-Hagbani, the founder of the Saudi Export, to have this commission here in KSA Export are a main driven of economy of Saudi Arabia, and our role is how can we increase non-oil products in the exports, and the strategy, the national strategy, we are aiming to 57% by 2030 and 13% currently. The scale in 2022, 245 billion riyal, and in 2030, 175. All of these targets are ambitious targets, and we are capable to reach this. The exports has more than programs. It was one of the programs was made in Saudi Arabia, and it has a unique transformation in promoting of the Saudi and Saudi products and services, and a lot of exporters has make use of it, whether large companies and SMEs. When it comes to Saudi export, they are in 2021, they make us more than 10,000 clients. Saudi Export are working in harmony with this Ministry of Industry and the other industry in increasing the exports of Saudi Arabia. All of these have a clear examples in the logistics that and the technology.
صحيح. ومثل ما ذكرنا اليوم
as we mentioned today, we exceeded the local levels, the direction of the committee in the technological SMEs, as you mentioned by Engineer Haytham, is to financing these companies. Undoubtedly, it has a higher priority. Today, the competition and the implementation list and those who are our colleagues in the Local Content Commission are supporting largely SMEs and entrepreneurs. For all the facilities, you have a pricing priority, and all of the governmental competitiveness is through اعتماد platform, and Mr. Al-Hargal is among us. You can entering and to compete, and the support is very large for the SMEs, and the aim is not only to be a local production, but to have a local product that compete with the global product. This is our aim, and we're looking forward from the SMEs and the entrepreneurs. When it comes to the startup technology, us in the government, we need less of digital platforms and adopting the startup technology. The coming year, there will be a special indicator to scale this. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. To conclude with Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed, I'd like to ask you about the role of KSA in the international council, how this achievement is supporting of the technological content products. We would like to congratulate on this effort that KSA having its place in the international federation in decision-making, in serving the technology and its industry and its localization. Definitely, there is a group of services and technology that existing in here in KSA are aim on the aspiration in CITC when it comes to export. It is very important. We still, I'll be transparent, as you mentioned at the beginning of the session. It is less than what we inspire. We are inspiring by Engineer Haytham. There is a commission that is specialized in the exports and the compliance of the government, more than 33 billion by 2025. This enhances the role of KSA. Is there any presence of the local technological manufacturer, especially in the standardization? The reality is less than we are expecting, and we are being transparent as we always are in CITC, and issuing a product also. And today our government and His Royal Highness the Vision 2030, the godfather of the vision, the sky is the limit, and we have high hopes and high aspiration, and we have the fair share in CITC to have the role effective in the legislation and the standardization. There is more than 4,000 of legislation that affects, since you are all the local companies who ever wanting to making the future us in CITC. We are proud and we have the honor to help in this matter. Thank you so much for your attending. Thank you so much, Doctor, to be a moderator, and those who are accepted our invitation. Thank you so much. I hope the attendees make use of the fruitful information that we had in this session. As I mentioned, we are looking forward to have a prosperous future, and our targets and our numbers by next forum in the next year will be exceeding all the expectations. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Latifa, and those who are participating in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are having our first break in the first day of the Digital Technology Forum, but before we would like to invite Their Excellency to open the accompanying exhibition of this Digital Technology Forum. We will be back at 1:15 to resume. Thank you so much. We would like to indicate the opening of the exhibition accompanying the Digital Technology Forum that have a view of the local content products and the blockchain. We would like to remind you we will be resuming at 1:15. Thank you so much.
تست 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 تست. هلا والله. اي
تست تست 1 2.
سيدات وسادة، أهلا بكم مجددا، ولا نزال وإياكم في رحلة منتدى التقنية الرقمية 2022 وتمكين المنتج التقني المحلي.
We will be with a lot of information and panel discussion, including presentations on this podium. Now we will give the floor for the engineer Abdulaziz Al-Hlayel, with the general manager of the public administration, engineer Rafa Asiri, and the consulting engineer Saud Al-Gablan, to provide us with information about the local product, technical or digital products. Peace and bless. Thank you all of you for your attending. Engineer Raif, Engineer Saud, Mr. Abdullah Mohammadi, the president of the sector. We are representing the team, a team that represents different entities, that one of its priorities is to support the local digital, and regarding the authority, according to the authority, this has launched last year in the same form, on the digital technology form. We have focused to have the aim of this strategy is to have Saudi Arabia as a strategical place and leader country in the digital aspect. We have focused on also 5 directions, 2 of directions focusing on supporting the local digital technology products. And absolutely, we have some projects of these initiatives, and these projects focusing on the local technology, and it's supervised by the team. We have focused on this project, and we will present some of the outcomes of this project. It focuses on the technology and the products, the priority for the priority of these projects or these products. Also to set the strategical direction that we need to focus on in order to support the local technologies. We have also go through more than 100 entity and evaluation where for more than 40 entities and projects. We have interviewed more than 150 providers, either local companies or international companies, in addition to the demand aspect or entities. And we have studied the demand, which is around 11 vertical and 55 entities. We have also studied 9 countries according to the benchmark, and we have studied how do these countries deal with these products. Some of the countries are very extreme. They are focusing completely on the local technologies, and there are some countries actually not go through the economic forces, but let the market working and the way it's like. And there is some countries that became or start supporting the local technology products in order to support their revenue and their companies, local companies. And we have studied as well to study how these products will lead Saudi Arabia to raise up in the international ranks. And we have come up with a lot of opportunities. Some of them are for the market implement. And one of the most important things that we have focused on is that to identify the local products, and we have set 4 categorized. This it depends on the local contribution, the internal investment, in addition to the ownership. So we have seen the Saudi honored product, and we start from the foreign product. The investment inside the country is being less, and having the Saudi honored ownership is less. If there is a lot of Saudis buying in this or invest in these companies, the product will be honored by Saudis, and this product is decided to have a lab or have the package in Saudi Arabia. This means that they have invested in Saudi Arabia, and this makes the product Saudi owned. Back again to the foreign product. If the foreign people thought about having the product to Saudi Arabia, the product will be localized. It's very important to focus on some technologies. In which aspect that we are going to be proactive. And we have another challenge, which is the difference in perspective view between the entities. What are the standards, criteria that we need to set or focus on? Some of them focusing on increasing the growth in technology. 20-30%. It means that this technology or product is a very important. Some entities are saying if the centralization is huge, so 50% could be much more than the 20 or 30% of other technologies. Some of them saying no, the technology is supposed to be very related with the Vision 2030. So every entity has their own opinion regarding the standards. So what we have done, we gather these informations and this, and we set parameters, and we set also we have it as a standard if it's related to the vision, and we actually set weight. We have a weight for each standard and criteria of these because it is not possible that these standards are very in the same importance. So there's priorities. And once you set the numbers, you will see the technologies that they have the same or has the priority. After that, we have seen that, or we have witnessed that 6 products or technologies has the priority: the blockchain, the robots, the IoT, the handset and wearables, and the business applications. These are 6 technologies we have worked on, and we come up with this result. But that doesn't mean that the 20 products we are not going to support. But the proactivity, if there is a particular initiatives and particular technology, we will focusing on these 6 products or technologies. And we have come up with a strategy. This strategy depends on absolutely that Saudi Arabia is the strategy. Our strategy we're focusing on that to have the Saudi Arabia as a leading company in this field. So this strategy focusing on 6 directions. The first one is increasing the market competitors, and this one is usually focusing on the policies, the guidelines, the regulations, the empowerment regulations to empower and support the local local technology, posting technology. What we mean by that is that to increase the awareness of the local technology products and increasing the use of these local products, technology products. This conference or forum is focusing on the local technology products.
التقنية المحلية اللي أطلقتها اليوم هيئة الاتصالات يصب في الاستراتيجيك دايركشن هذا. Enhancing capabilities and
development. We will focusing on the funding. What are the companies that are building products, and what are the tools that they are going to be helpful for them in order to fund, and the skills, especially the skills related to the product development, product management, for instance, customer analysis, and others. Promoting investment, focusing on bold investment. Since we are talking about a product, we cannot forget our
R&D, research and development.
So we need to focus on the research and development. There will be some initiatives regarding that, hopefully. And last thing is that one of the most important directions is that the export and import, support and export. My brother Naif and Saud will talk about the export. We will have a lot of initiatives in this direction, and most of these initiatives we are not going to work on, but we will work alone, but we will have partners with us, and CITC will help us to have the alignments between the entities and sectors. Before I give the floor to my brother Naif, we have today launched a guideline for the local products, and there are some information actually very important, and I would like to share it with you. The guideline, there is 88 products. The total or the revenue for the annual average is 100 million Saudi riyal. 50 of these products are companies that they are owning the IP or the code, and 60% they are owning the brand. And those who are coming from the business, they understand that the brand is very important and crucial in the success of each of any product. 23 is the last value. 23% is the last value of through the cloud or the packaging, and 40% of the customers have established or their the product with another customers. The distinguished thing is that 88 products exist now, sold to 23 countries. The philosophy of building products, it's not new in Saudi Arabia. It was for 40. It's been for 40 years. And we have actually a lot of devices, Saudi local devices, local technology products, and we know that there is a software, and we are very happy that we have emerging companies because there is a development, but having hardware, and it's very delighted. The guideline of the products, you can see it here on the website of the CITC, and those who didn't yet register their products, you can do it now. Now, thank you so much for listening. Now I will give the floor for my brother Naif and export. Peace and bless. Good afternoon, everyone, and those who are watching, and hi for those, or good afternoon for those who are watching us behind the scenes. If you allow me to share a story that explain the amount of growth that happened during the last time. In 2018, I was working in one of the companies studies, and there was a portfolio to support the localization and the export aspect of Saudi Arabia products. One of the 3D printing was one of the aspects that we are investing in, and we have thankfully opened the first center to establish or to manufacturing the 3 dimensions print, and we have scanned the market to see what is the demand exists and what is the activity in that market, and we have a lot of efforts in the market, and sometimes it's coming from the universities and from the researchers, but we couldn't find any business in this aspect or this field. There were actually some of the good thing in this aspect is that yesterday I was in contact with one of the business men, and he said today we have through the 3 dimensions printing, we have creating more than 300,000 commercial piece, and we have a great number of printers, and the places and the pieces that we have created and manufacturing has reached to America, and this is one of the stories that explain the development and the growth happened, and the best. Riyadh was at the first rank among the cities that good for business. So thanks to Allah, the growth is noticeable, and it's amazing and fruitful. And hopefully, with the cooperation between the private and public sector, including the regulators and legislator, we will have great efforts and results of these efforts will be seen. Today I have a study done by Abdelaziz Zahir with the cooperation with many entities. We have focused on or shed light on the technological expert There's 3 reasons of the importance of exports. If we are seeking to be the strategical place for the technology, so the content or the local content is supposed to be very important. This is the indicator of the maturing of our market. If we are looking to the other places, we will see that 30% the exports represent a great number. So the second reason is that the balance of trade. If the amount of the markets in Saudi Arabia, definitely the export will be increased as well. To have the balance between the import and the export of technological products, the export is supposed to be growing in a very fast way than the importing. There is a lot of studies indicating that the revenue of the exporting is very huge than it's very huge and very important, and its revenues are much better than the business of selling the products inside the country. Maybe before we go through the details of the study, we may focus on the definitions of the export. There is a direct export, either it's for the products or the services. There is an indirect also export. It's going to be through channel partners and export houses. There is also the the expand of business, either to have the acquisition on other companies or to open another branch for the same company in different place where the headquarters will be in Saudi Arabia. The revenue will be very high, and the last thing is if there is a foreign buyer, if he buy anything or any products here in Saudi Arabia. What we mean here by Saudi entity is that any technological company, it's headquartered in Riyadh or Saudi Arabia, despite what is the nationality of this company. So the most important thing is that the headquarters of this company is in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are the three strategical aspects. The first one is the indicator or the export potential index. This index, including more than 12 elements, and the second pillar the second thing is the market attractiveness, the MAI, the index. So the last point is that the mixture between these elements or these aspects. We need to know where is the best market for these products that are coming, the priority of this export to be able to export these products. So it depends on the priority. The first aspect is, as we mentioned, there is a 12 factor, and it's coming from the two aspects. The first, the performance of this, the need and the demand of this product, and what is also the amount of export of these services. The second thing is the competition, either it's strategical or and the quality, including the quality as well, delivered by the service. And in addition to the scaling for the service, this index has been applied on more than 36 service products, and we may see the results in the next slide. We have seen here that these colored by green. It has a high ability to be exported. Since there is a demand internationally and locally, and we have also a great number of and there is also another products coming as a second. We will see the products, the emerging technology, Internet of Things, platforms, the clouds, and data center and clouds services, software system integration, the infrastructure and service, the game application, the business software. These 10, and we can see it here on the left, those are able to be exported. On the right side, there is the products that my colleague Abdulaziz Al-Hayil has presented, where the footprint is very high. The good thing is that 50% of the products mentioned in the strategic local technology we have seen that there is a high ability to be exported. And this is a good thing. And our aim with our partners is to increase the products in each list alone and increase the so we will have improved technology and products, and it has also access to the international market. Coming to the second point or aspect, we have seen regarding the market, we have seen 9 points. The first one is the amount of the demand and the amount of export for the product that we are talking about in the targeted countries and in the if the country currently exporting from Saudi Arabia, importing from Saudi Arabia, there is a possibility that they will also import another project or another product. We have regarding the market, the ease of business, we are working on it, and we have seen that in this phase of study, we have seen some of the North Africa and Pakistan and including the Asia. And maybe next time we will focus on another countries. We will see here the results of the studies and the short list that we have come up with. There is it's estimated by the amount of demand, which is 36. North Africa, it's going to be 230 million, and if we are trying to see what are the most attractive countries for the Saudi companies to be targeted by the Saudi companies, we have set a shortcut, depends on the GDP and also the PSST, and if there is a strategic also a relationship between Saudi Arabia and these countries, either to have the development initiatives between Saudi Arabia and the developed countries. And we can see that the GCC countries coming into the first companies in addition to Pakistan and Egypt, and the second rank is Sudan and Yemen. Now we have the most prominent 10 products and the most prominent 10 countries. We would like to link the two lists between each other and to see the demand exists in the 10 countries, to understand the opportunity so we can target it directly now. And the results of this analysis is that the 10 products has a great demand in 7 countries, where we can see on the right side of this slide, and it's from 150 to 150 billion, and could reach also 20 billion Saudi Riyal. And so this is a quick win, so we can work on this opportunity. So this is the first phase. That from this phase we understand where the opportunity can be, and we'd like actually to draw a plan and to understand what is the long term. If we look at here to the authorization, if we see here, we can see that the index with A, that's what we have mentioned in the previous slide. So the high products demand and the countries. So in the second point, we came and said that there is a good product and there is ability to be exported, but maybe so here we are opening the market and create the demand. And after that, sign the memorandum, sign the agreements. And in the second point is that there is some products has some competitions or competitors, and there is a huge demand on this in the international and local aspect. That aspect, we are supporting these products by putting pressure on the companies to let these products sell. Any projects that success in export aspect, we will planning to have the export to international countries, and this is give us the four phases or ways that we need to work on it from this point or aspect till 2030, so we can reach our aim in the exporting aspect. And hopefully we are going to listen to a lot of success stories. Maybe you have witnessed that about 2 weeks ago we have visited Oman, and we have signed 4 agreements between Saudi and Omani companies, and hopefully we will have more visits in the future. And based on that, we maybe my colleagues Muhammad Abu Hamad will put in details the programs and the companies that you will benefit from. Thank you so much. Peace and bless. Thank you so much for your time and for attendance today. Hopefully we are participating in this forum. Thanks for our colleagues in the CITC. Today we are in the export entity. We're going to complete what is to support the local products export as one of the prominent and most important services that the company is providing. We would like very quick to give you today the Saudi exports tend to be increased, and it's increasing. The increase of the export exporting products will increase the local revenue as well. So exporting the technology is maybe a very emerging thing and maybe a new thing, but we are working very hard on having exporting these products by the 5 aspects, improving the environment of exporting products. And the second point is to study the opportunities and exist in the market. Maybe the engineer Abu Abdulaziz has mentioned it at the beginning. Also moving to another aspect which is related to our company, and which is studying the plans of the targeted companies. And this project or this product will be welcomed. The fourth point is that the identity and promoting. We need to understand that the companies, Saudi companies, there is identity. There's a Saudi identity between these companies. Today, it is not hidden, but sometimes we find it made in Germany. We have some trust or regarding this aspect. So we hope to be one of these countries that meets the trust of the audience. The fifth point is that the support and the studies, many entities today doing the studies or conducting the studies, and has reached to a lot of companies, and it has access also on the GCC countries as well. And our aim is to exist in these markets, the local market and the international market. So in very brief, the export journey is divided into aspects. One of them is locally with the entity in relations with the concerned entities that may help by enable the environment and develop the environment. Then the second journey will be the international aspect, of reaching the international market and the market that the Saudi Arabians are targeted, and to find the cooperation and understand what is the international also promoting for the Saudi product and set a standard for the product. The export entity is setting a lot of programs and services and provides. This is one of the examples of the supports that we are providing for the outside the companies outside the Saudi Arabia. So we need to make sure that they have alignment with the company that they would like to export to, and in addition to the advertising and the it will be through different various programs. Also made in Saudi, one of the strategies and goals is to increase the content, the local content. So the company should take a good percentage of the local content. So we can say that this is Saudi products went to the abroad, and in the program made in Saudi Arabia, this program there is the use of the logo of this program, also providing some consulting considerations. We were participating in JATEX in Dubai, and we have provided support for 33 Saudi companies, and we have signed a great number of agreements through the event or conference. And so there is a great job, and it's a very complete job between the entities, and we are in this entity. We have a lot of work, and we have a lot of plans to reach the international level. Thank you so much. This was my presentation. Thanks for Engineer Al-Halayl and Engineer Raif Al-Asiri and Engineer Saoud Al-Gablana for this participation. It was a very fruitful. Thank you so much for you. The journey of empowerment is continuous, and the directions to support the local products. And since the roles are many, so we need to have a participation that empowerment or promote the empowerment. So now we have a panel discussion regarding to empower the empowerment of the local products. The panelist of this session is Dr. Saad Al-Araifi, a professor in Abdulaziz University, King Abdulaziz University, in the aspect of information security. Welcome, Dr. Saad, the moderator of this session.
أهلا وسهلا بكم. هذه الجلسة بعنوان تمكين المنتجات التقنية المحلية. المنتجات التقنية، أهداف الجلسة 3 أهداف.
Welcome in this panel discussion. Today we will discuss the local products. We have also four big companies, Aramco, Sabic, STC, Mobile, and we would like to understand how the private sector participates in supporting the local products, and we would like from them to be a main role and the role model also in this aspect. We would like also to see what their process to support the local products, and we would like also to understand that many, maybe a few, are from the SMEs, and some of you are one of the entrepreneurs. So we would like to see the opportunities and what the opportunities are exist there. So the local products is the total. So we will have trainers, Saudi trainers, and the providers will be Saudis. The software and the hardware products will be Saudis. So we are focusing on the Saudis to reach the high amount of the Saudis. Also, there were another topic or definition, which is to save or preserve the money of Saudis. So we are talking here about the localization. Where is the panelist? Please come to the stage. In the website, I wish you to visit it. I ask you to visit it, actually, and invite you to visit the website. We were not going to talk about zaytun and the oils, but we are going to say there is a company that's selling the oil, Olivia oil, and its employees are not Saudis, and another one is a company, another competitor company. Its employees are Saudis, so the one with the Saudi employees will be higher. But another third company, which is not only its employees are Saudis, but also taking the oil Olivia from Saudi farms. This would be much better. So here we are not going to talk about the Olivia oil, but we are going to talk about these companies, these Saudi companies. We will start now. And be simplest. The first question I would like to present it or ask Sarah Al-Ghaithi. Sarah Al-Ghaithi is a leader of digital aspect, and she's actually electronic engineer. Sarah working in a program that's supporting the local content in Aramco. We all know why the governments are supporting the local content, but because it has a lot of impact, positive impact on the economy. But you are, as a private sector, how are you give the benefit and the your partners? Peace and bless. Thank you for your question regarding the private companies. We have all understand the importance of the content, local content, and in Aramco we see it through the longer term. We see it also in empowering the local and the resilience that we are witnessing regarding the supply chains. We have witnessed it before these programs, like Activa programs, and we actually believe in supporting the local content and the creative and innovative ideas that may transfer to emerging companies that may become bigger and participate in increasing the supporting the Saudi economy. So that's why it's very important for Aramco. We understand that there is a need for the creative and innovative environment to support these ideas. If it's so we can have it as written ideas to be also a true history, a true story, and to be as SMEs, one of the SMEs, and to be also to be included in the international investments and to be investment direction for the firm people. Aramco actually established the national champions, and this is consists of different programs that support the local content along the project. From the beginning of Lab 7, which transferred the ideas to emerging companies, and this is the lab of this is at the Innovation Lab Center, and these ideas will be ready to enter, will be a reality and will be able to enter the market. Also, the support of the capital and the entrepreneurs supported by Aramco to be also emerging companies to achieve and to be leader in its aspect or field. And after that, the Talid program is supporting the emerging companies to grow up and to meet the demand of the market. To at the end of this journey is the INMAT program for the industrial investment, which is investing in these programs and different aspects from technology, sustainability till reaching the industrial services. This program is under one umbrella, which is indicated the seriousness of Aramco in supporting the local content from being an idea till being a big company and supporting and giving the opportunity for these ideas. Is the project is related to the technology? It is actually focusing 5 aspects and fields: sustainability, technology, and industrial services, in addition to the social innovations and health care, for instance. We have some investment focusing only in technology, but we are focusing actually in 5 aspects. Thank you so much. We are now asking the same question for Mr. Ahmed Sabik. How the supporting the local content, how is it supporting your company as well? Peace and bless. Thank you for your hospitality. And thanks for the coordinators of this forum. SABIC in 2017, there was a great support, and there was an initiative, Musanid initiative. Maybe His Excellency Engineer Osama has mentioned it. This initiative focusing on empowering the SMEs, and also in order to have the GBD increased from 22% till 35%, hopefully as a part of the 2030 vision. One of these initiatives, Musanid, coming from as a program or as an initiative where there is an investment fund to fund or to support financially the programs and to the projects, also by training the cadres and also to be leaders. This is an aspect. Another aspect is that according to SABIC has set foundations where there is a criteria to ensure that the providers, especially the technological providers, to ensure that they meet the standards. And so the localization is very important in Saudi Arabia, and what includes it according to the qualified people or employees, especially in the industrial and petrochemicals and the oil and gas. I forgot to introduce Mr. Ahmed as the CEO of SABIC company. He has actually taken a lot of focus on a lot of aspects and fields. Some of them is the governance. Mr. Ahmed, after we have witnessed the pandemic and after the Russian-Ukrainian war, how do you support the local content? There is no doubt that during the pandemic we have understand that the technology is the only way to support the companies to continue our work, and for the companies it's a very important, and the supply chain is a very important as well. So through the pandemic the work was remotely, and so the having the local companies was a very important, and it has actually and it helps us in having the service to also. And through Corona, you may witness that there is a lot of attacks and a lot of technological hacks. So the cybersecurity is very important. With the partnerships, with our partners, we will have some support and maybe also facing these hacks, and companies like the petrochemicals companies is very important to have this cybersecurity. Now we will have the direct manager of
حاصل على شهادة بكالوريوس في علوم حاسبات مع عديد من الشهادات التقنية التنفيذية خلال 22 عام من الخبرة في قطاع التكنولوجيا والمعلومات والاتصالات.
He has experience for 22 as a STC in the field of
كيف يعود عليكم يعني
how as a STC, what is the benefit for you to be able to support the local content? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the introduction. When we are talking about STC, we are talking about a long journey from supporting the local content extend to from 1099 at the beginning of establishing this company, and this was a very concern of our company. To be honest, supporting the local content and the local product is a continued to have a program supporting all the works and inside the STC. In our program, Rawafid, the programs are working on main pillars. One of them is empowering the workforce and also supporting the SMEs, supporting the industrial services, and also the digital support, the digital and innovation, since we are living in the technological era. And STC working through enablers, these enablers supporting the content products and also the small and SMEs, supporting as well the SMEs, and actually establishing other programs that benefit for the companies and the products. This is a very brief idea about STC and our work, and hopefully we are going to arrange the time, but if we have enough time, we will keep or spend 2 days on talking about this. Mr. Eid, the same question. To be honest, according to Corona, the experience of pandemic, hopefully it's not gonna be happen again. But I can say that it was a very unique experience to ensure and to emphasize that the vision of the company and the investments that delivered earlier has a fruitful way. The company started with a big investment from starting with the infrastructure and covering all the places of Saudi Arabia and cities, rural, urban areas. We didn't feel this, but once we have the pandemic, we actually, the things changed and the mood changed from working at office till into working remotely, and everything was remotely, and there was a very high pressure on the infrastructure. These things ensured or emphasize that or indicate that our work was very clear. What happened during the pandemic happened in any disruption. The Russian-Ukrainian war is a war, but its impact is the problem. The disruption that happened in the supply chain from the delivery till the delay of the product, everything is actually motivates us to preserve and protect our aims and goals, to increase the local company that will support us, and this will open the doors and the opportunities for the companies and for the investors as well to start working. Those who didn't believe in this aspect, after this aspect, they need to start believe, and they need to also, we will be supported for them. And the the Russian-Ukrainian war is not also, it's not just war, but the visa, the use of visa and the digital signatures is stopped. So this is why it's very, so I think this will be reflected on the digital aspect in the companies, right? Yes, absolutely. From this aspect, it will be very, its impact will be very huge. But we will say understanding and study the situation previously will help us a lot, and through the prediction and through today through the so we have a lot of work is done, and it is a journey started in STC around 2018. I'm not really sure about the date, but around that time. And today we are witnessing its results day after day. And as the doctor mentioned, the war that happening and its impact and results is that may affect us in a way or another, especially in the communication and the services aspect, but in another way that the diversity is needed here. So the direction not supposed to be always in one platform or one country. So the distribution and the variety of these is very important. And the localization, yes, the localization, we are here working and talking about the localization, but now we are talking about Europe and give them some advices. And coming to the second, coming to this, to the last panelist, which is Tahnoon. Tahnoon is working from in Mobile, and he has worked in different aspects. Mr. Tahnoon, the companies, including Mobile, supporting the local product, what are the SMEs share in this support? Peace and bliss. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you and to participate in this panel discussion. You have talked about at the beginning about the government support, but today let's talk about the private sector, especially Mobile as a company. Lately, we have launched Mobile, the digital Mobile, and we would like to have or mix the ability of Mobile and the ability of other companies, either they are SMEs companies or whatever. So we would like to have this mix of workers. Another aspect is that we have signed agreements at the middle of the last week. We have sign agreements with Munshaat to support the SMEs to be supported by Mobily. And there's a lot of companies we have helped them and give them the consultant. And what we are going to talk about, one of the companies, they become very big and very mature in their aspect. So we are working with them as to be one of our partners in another project, a very big project. This is the last efforts that happened during the last 2 years. The Mobile has been involved in some bold investment. For instance, with Anghami. Anghami is one of as a Nasdaq. So Anghami is a very important company, and we are very motivated. And Anghami is one of the Saudi company. Yes, it's established in Saudi Arabia. So we can consider this as one of the success stories by supporting local Saudi companies. Yes. The hard question is if we are coming to this aspect, are we going to support? Yes, if we are taking this topic in different sides. The first one is supporting the local products as a supply chain. And this is what my colleagues has covered through their participation. So we need to ensure that the sustainability of the local products. Another point that I would like also to talk about is that the Mobily and what it is seek to find a solution for the technology. Let me give you an example. I think it's an international achievement, which is the availability. The equipment, the smart equipment, which considered one of the big Internet of Things projects in the Middle East, especially. And I think there was there is a lot of achievements. So I think this is an example. This is an example of what the Saudi Arabia has reached to. So we have set a smart timer or meters. So yes, that's true. Could be this supply chain. If we can't localize the whole supply chain, but I think we are working on actually supporting it. And I have another question for you, Doctor. Is there another? Are we really going to? Are we able to be competitors for the international companies? Yes, not that. And there's a good opportunity, and this aspect, the innovation and the digitalization is a main role to increase this aspect. So there is no doubt that the development in this aspect is a very fraught. There is a lot of profits coming from it. So according to the competitiveness, we are seeing that we have promised a program which called Wa'ad, and we have also another Saudi emerging companies, and some of them are outside the Saudi Arabia, and we are supporting them as well in different areas in digitalization and improvement of the connectivity, low Earth and satellites. One of the companies that Wa'ad has invested in it, also to improve the internet in the rural area. And we have these companies to help the innovation environment and aspect. So what we have witnessed is that a lot of companies has great growth, and they become good competitors in a local aspect or local level. And there is also increasement 70 million and could reach also 100 million the support of Wa'ad program. These all are factors will prepare the competitiveness of the Saudi companies internationally and locally. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. If I'm a student and graduate from and have an experience and see that the world is looking forward and or the directions towards the digitalization. So is there a real opportunity? Yes. The big companies are in a continuous growth, to be honest, and this is very important. SABIC, as an international company, they have a growth inside and outside Saudi Arabia. So today we are providing our services to all our branches around 50 countries. So the opportunities are very promised and big, but I need to divide in two aspects, and one of them in the auditors, and when we are talking about the applications and how to implement it, and also the outsourcing in addition to the consultations. Another thing is that the emerging companies are all the companies recently are now working on the big data, the advanced analytics, and the AI. And to be honest, most or the popularity of this, most of these the technologies depend on the clouds, and there is that's what we need today. We are talking with all of my providers to find the solutions that we need in Saudi Arabia for two reasons. The first one is that to have the protection of the data, and because we need it here, and we are very obliged to have to find the solutions and control regarding these solutions in Saudi Arabia. So the cloud services are very important, and there's a great demand, and I'm very proud of what we have seen today, and hopefully we are going to work together to reach the success of this aspect. We need also some of the partnerships. We need the partners here with us, and this will develop from the will develop a lot of things, and I think also there is a good opportunity for the graduates, and especially for the use cases. And for instance, today in SABIC, we have the sustainability, and the sustainability is very important. Today, there is no companies coming to you from the funds managers and saying, what do you have in the SG and the sustainabilities? So we need to develop it, and this is a new thing that we needed to improve the efficiency in the manufacturers. And I think that the future for all the to increase the efficiency and the productivity, and to reach the customer as much as possible. What about the transformation of the knowledge, especially have we exceeded this point? I think that the knowledge is infinitive, and it's impossible to finish, and there is a need to keep continuing and interfering or to sharing the knowledge, especially with the new cases and the high technology or the new technology. Dr. Jair, is there a promise opportunity, and are we able to be competitors for the international level or international companies? Regarding the opportunities, it is much more than to date. In the early morning, we have seen one of the presentations and the size of the market, and the market of the technology is promised, and there is a possibility, and there is a. But if we are talking about another side, when we are talking today about the technology, we're talking about parts of these technologies. We are talking about the hardware development, and we are software development. We're talking also about the services. So in every aspect, there is a lot of promised opportunities. And today, in the manufacturing aspect and in the communication aspect of field, and we know in the communication field, the suppliers are dominated by a number of companies, but this doesn't. But there is a possibility to open the doors for the investors to say that the market, there is a demand in the market, and STC recently has worked on sitting or providing catalog to explain the investment opportunities that exist in the market, and it is really fruitful and promise, and we have explained it from different aspects in addition to the technical aspect, and we have also explained the demand and the productions and who's the target of this catalog. This catalog is so far exists. There is inside the catalog the hardware products, and we are targeting any investor, either new or still exists. So this is already published and exists in the website of our company, STC, and we are actually trying to marketing for it and advertising it. When we are talking about the softwares and the applications, STC, to be honest, has worked on trying to it's taking the idea. It's taking the idea and trying to incubate, to be incubators for these ideas and make it as a journey with these companies and trying to support them. Also, STC through the venture capital supporting some of these products depends on its existence and the ability to invest in it. Another side is STC is setting a platform to support whoever wants to invest in this aspect or this field, either with its partnership with the providers or with its relationship with the governmental entities. From regulators or so there's a lot of opportunities. We are trying to offer these opportunities, and we're trying to support it, and hopefully we will see a good results and find some investors. We are just looking for the investors, and other things are good. Is there a good stories regarding the business incubator? Sorry, maybe I can't mention the names, but it exists in the yes, the stories of the success that exist in the company, in the website, our website. I can't. It's exceeded 100 companies, so I can't currently just focus on or mention one and forget another company. It is very important to mention it because it is to let the others believing in this story. It is not a secret to mention the names, but I'm afraid to mention a company and forget another. So I don't want to mention, but I request you to and invite you to visit our website to see the name of companies that we have helped them. And I'm sure that today there is I'm sure that there is one of these applications, and we have inspired them. Good. Coming to the question to Mr. Tahnoun, since you are working on the strategy aspect, I think this question is ideal for you. The context makes us talking about the inspiration. So is there a good, true ability to go through, how can we deal and be to reach the international level truly, and without being without having any dreams or without any imaginations? Logistic. Let me talk about the IoT, the Internet of Things. The idea of this, the IoT today is a very important aspect, and it needs a logistic or logical solutions. Today, we are mobile. We are working in improving a platform to be an incubator to have the solutions. So the entrepreneurs and the companies coming to the plate and ligand plate. So they have the internet and they how to reach to the how to meet the customers. So it's a platform. Help the entrepreneurs to find the solutions, and it's not only focusing on one field, but in different fields. So, for instance, the smart cities, the AI, the smart also building. We are working also with our partners to have it to be in the industrial aspect. Today, if we are seeing the so we have the hardware, and we have the solution, the software, and the connectivity, and reaching the international level. And this is in the reality. The smart meters, for instance, is one of the examples. And today we are focusing on expanding these services. So there is a lot of devices may be used in the future, and as a users, we also have a lot of things, and maybe the creators or the innovators can maybe create new devices and give some solutions, unified solutions for all the investors all around the world. Okay, so this is an is there any innovation regarding what we have? Yes, definitely. There is a today Saudi developers reach to the international level, and it's the solutions are very easy, and you're going to find the solution. The hardware is to measure. You can use it, and some of them use it or bring it from the outside of Saudi Arabia. So today we have a content, a local product by 50%. Tomorrow we'll have a high percentage. So it is just by having the cooperation and the application. I remember that one day I have studied an article about can the country reach or have or create abroad a car. The answer was it is not important to have a lot of graduate people from the technician aspect, but you need to have innovators, a lot of innovators. Today we have witnessed a lot of efforts, creative efforts from different fields and different people. So the hardware, the experience also will be very important to support this innovation or creativity. And the creativity alone cannot find these distinguished or are the big companies, Aramco, Sabic, STC, Mobile, is there a strategic study centers? You have it. I have mentioned Sab'a lab, and the R&D exist. I have mentioned the patents. Aramco, the Saudi Aramco company is one of the taking care about the patent, but so Sab'a is focusing on these studies and these research, to have this research and have it as a product. Is there anyone who would like to add? Actually, a lot of the innovations in the chemical aspect, we have 111 innovations in Aramco, and part of our the digital transformation is the creativity, and there is a lot of solutions. Solutions are not exist in the market, but solutions that the company needs. So they have built use cases with have built new solutions inside the company, and to solve the solution between the company and between the developers, and these solutions are not exist in the market. Maybe I can add about regarding the R&D. When we are talking about the R&D, we are talking about the workforce and the people and the human resource. Today, it is very important to set programs to develop, and today we are seeing that when the person is finishing or graduating and finishing the studies, they think that they are able to go to the market. No, they need actually a time for that. For this reason, I back again and say we need to. This is one of the success stories for us as a company. We have worked on establishing academy called STC Academy. Its aim is to develop and to train either the employees or the of our company or other companies as well. It is specialized in the cybersecurity, AI, and many concepts, digitalized concepts, or technological concepts exist in the market recently. And this is what we are doing. We also have some companies with the providers and our main partners to open research and development centers. This is what we are actually seeking. Today we have three centers with Nokia, with Ericsson, with Waki, and to conduct this research, and we are very proud that a great number of these centers are Saudis, and today there is a lot of products from this use cases and from these research centers. To be honest, it's a system between education and training, and continued by the studies and research. There is a great effort that we are working on in this aspect, and hopefully we are going to see a good results for these use cases. Do you like to add anything? Okay, moving to the next question. The last question, what do you recommend the Saudi companies or Saudi business? Definitely some of the companies have witnessed a lot of challenges. Could you, Sarah, start? Regarding the entrepreneurs, we are working with them in different phases, as I mentioned previously. And this is through the programs that we have, Sab'a or program, or Wa'id program, or Nama'at also program. So the devices, my advice would be in different phases. So the emerging companies starting with an idea and try to find what is the gap in the market to solve it. It's not only to be a creative idea, but also to be competitively and economically effective. So the idea is not the only thing, but to find the solution for some gaps and to meet the demands of this market. These small also companies need to be flexible with the demands of the customer, and it's for that we have also some programs for the SMEs. And these SMEs need to be adapted with the needs of the market. After that, last but not least, there is many of them has mentioned, for the panelists have mentioned a lot of programs. Some of these programs are enablers for the entrepreneurs, either to connect the entrepreneurs with the international or national companies and supporters. So we are in Saudi Arabia. Our directions that to be international, our directions that to the international level, and this is a great opportunity for them to get benefit of it and to take this chance and this opportunity, and it will also increase the diversification of the economy and to also give the opportunity of work jobs for the people or the Saudi people. Mr. Ahmed, my advice, according to the, let's say, the developers of the local for instance, I think that the major is the most important thing. You need to be a hardware or software and the implementations, the cloud services, and the network and the communication. So you need to identify what major would you like to be in, and this will be a very unique and distinguished and will be helpful for the customer. And we are, for our customers, we always focusing on we always try to be very focused, and sometimes try to take some projects that for the long terms.
مع إمكانية الصيانة بعد التنفيذ.
Sometimes some programs or applications, it is not only in Saudi Arabia, but also in Saudi Arabia and in other branches all around the world. Another third point is this outsourcing, the importance of outsourcing. The companies recently focusing on their work, the operation, the supply chain, but we also need some additional services, the managed service, for instance, the outsourcing to complete the operation of these programs. It is not possible that all companies will hire IT graduates to do everything. So another side is that I think that the key differentiator is that the qualified people. So I think we need to focus on, and they need also to focus on the future of these youths with the opportunities to be very unique opportunities, not only for a short term but also for a long term, and this is very important because the change, the acceleration of this change will be very confused. So I think this is very important. And regarding the entrepreneurs, as they have mentioned today, there's supposed to be a platform to review the projects and to see what is the opportunity, where is the investment that we can go through. Also, another thing is that the legal form is very important, will facilitate the work with the companies. You talked about the reliability when you said that there is a huge or a fast change. So yes, absolutely. if you have a staff who are supporting or have a support on all applications and the IT services, and sometimes there's some changements, and you will go through the nerve transfer, so this will confuse the companies, and so the sustainability or the stability will be very important and the focus as well. Good. Jarir, what is the challenge that you are facing, and what is the advice that you will give it for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs? We usually hear that the need is the mother of the innovation, or the basic or the foundation of the innovation. So the people or the companies who have the idea, the things that the root is the idea. The idea is the most important thing, but the idea is could be based on the demand. What I can say here, I don't want to say advice. I think that you are much better than me, but if you are studying the demand of the system or the society or whatever, the study of the demand will come up with an idea. This idea will be a product, and this product needs to know its ability and to believe in it. Someone maybe come up with the idea but cannot implement it or apply it and reach to also not to give up. Today we are in a communication and IT. There is no possible. There is no give up. You need to try many times or 1,000 million times, but you will be star once you success. So I wish the best for everyone. Whatever we can provide you with in this aspect, this field, we will provide you with the help, and do not hesitate to ask for any help. Thank you so much. Thank you for my colleagues. Thank you for the panelists. Since we have the vision and the research and research and development center, we would like to. We will be fine. Thank you so much for your good listening. Shukran. Thank you, Dr. Saad, and thanks for the panelists of this panel session discussion. And Dr. Saad, if you'd like to work in the television interviews, and after this panel discussion, you were very good, so you can contact me to help you in the television programs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go through the future with the consultant of the
عن التوجهات المستقبلية لتقنيات الفرص الريادية. رحبوا معي بالمهندس الباتري أو الدكتور الباتري.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير جميعا وحياكم الله في
These are the latest session of today, the first day of the Digital Technology Forum. At the beginning, I'd like to talk about the future technical trends and the entrepreneurial opportunities in this sector. We will also have a sample of the startup technology with high trends in the world and the numbers that's going to be exciting. At the beginning of any presentation, we would like to talk about numbers somehow to position that identify the positioning of the presentation. According to IDC report, the scale of the traditional ICT market during the few upcoming years is equaling $4 trillion, where the emerging ICT of the large world is $1 trillion. There is a lot of startup technology in the world that has a great care of the research community and even in the industry. 9 of the most highlighting or pioneering technology will be robotics, blockchain, IoT, AI, AR, VR, or spatial computing. At the beginning of the Internet of the Things or the IoT. IoT in general is depending on 3 pivots: connectivity, things or the devices, and the platforms. According to the SCAN studies, the scale of the annual growth internationally has reached 12%, but here in Saudi Arabia has reached 20%, and this is a great result and enhances and motivate investors here. When it comes to the usage of the Internet of Things, anything that has a relation of smartness, smart house, smart factories, etc., of the usage status. Also, it gets into the supply chain, logistics heavily. One of the usage status and one of the learned lesson of the Internet of the Things has applied in BMW. BMW is one of the car companies. Like any other cars companies, has a specific schedule for car maintenance, whereas the predictive maintenance, they exploited the sensors data and analyzing these technology to identify the deficiency places before it happens in a short period. And we notice this in so many factories and the supply chains and the manufacturing. When we're talking about the autonomous vehicles, we're always hearing about this in media, and there's a lot of companies that talking about autonomous driving. There is 6 levels of such vehicles. Or the first level is the vehicle with the full control by a human, as we can see today. But the advanced level is the fully controlled by the vehicle itself without any human interference fully. And we started to see a lot of companies who are entrepreneurial in this, and one of them is Lucid, which Saudi Arabia has invested in it 46%. If we're talking about the vehicles, automated vehicles, we are talking about the technology that support this idea in the vehicle. We're talking about the radar, the long range radar, and a lot of cameras with high sensors. Also the ultrasonic sensors that support such a technology in a great way and enable the vehicle to sense the whole place around it. In this slide, we are clarifying the supportive system of this vehicle. It depends on digital infrastructure, which is solid with a direct communication with the traffic lights, and even it is linked with satellite with the connectivity. So it has continuous communication and a solid link with the surrounding environment and the digital infrastructure. When we talk about the usage, which is famous in the autonomous vehicle, we started to see a lot of examples, which is the autonomous and the ride-sharing services, which are also the ride-hailing, the logistics, and the other of the usage. We are focusing on the one of the companies who are a starter, which is a cruise. It is a spin-off from MG Motors. This company provides ride-sharing service, which means automated vehicle. 2 to 3 persons that want to go to a certain place, they can participate in this service and get on this vehicle, and it takes them to the stations that they can program it already. The scale of this market is 50 billion USD by 2030. When we're talking about digital twin, this technology is very large and it has usage status. Maybe we cannot see it today, but we are living in it very greatly. Digital twin is an updating of a digital version of a physical thing, whether it's a human or an object. It has a lot of usages in the healthcare, in the factories, even in the services or products. We can, and this technology could be applied on the product level, whether it's a programming or physical. Maybe it could be applied procedurally, or it could be applied on the system, whether it's a series of measures, products, and services. One of the characteristics of this technology is experiencing and simulation any change that we want to make it in this technology before to have it in the real world. Now we will see usage status of this technology. Rolls-Royce is a car company. Everyone knows it and everyone loves it. Also, they manufacture the engine of the airplane. A lot of airplane companies depending on Rolls-Royce because it manufactures. They have a huge pressure in reducing the dependency, the carbonic emissions. They resorted to the digital twin. They twinning the physical engine to a virtual engine to decrease the emissions in the under control, to stimulate reality in as much as they can. After they achieved so many successes, they depended and they apply it on reality. The blockchain, we hear it very commonly. Maybe some investor that is investing in the digital coin. Blockchain is one of the startup technology that everyone is trusting, and I have hopes on it these days. It is expected that the growth of this technology reaches up to 40%. This percentage is very high in compared to a startup technology. When we talk about the landscape of the blockchain, we're not talking about software or hardware in general. We're talking about levels, different levels of the landscape of such technology that starts from the core, then platform until it reaches the application. Today we're hearing new concepts technologically like metaverse. Metaverse is largely depend on so many technology. We're going to talk about it in details. One of them is the blockchain and the decentralizing the actual processes and the tokenization, which had the NFT and non-visual talking. One of the usages status of the blockchain, the currency and the logistics in the supply chain, and also in the contracts and the settlements of the contracts. The company of Mirsik is one of the largest companies in the logistics and moving goods from one region to another. They resort to the blockchain to create a system of the smart contracts, and they broadened in this system until they reached to a point all the stakeholders are allowed for each freight or each container to track this container, whether the sender or the receiver or even the regulator of customs and etc. And even the company itself could follow up the same samples, sending samples on the ships and the other transforming the moving ship. When it comes to the green tech, this is one of the commercial names, but it has a reality and tangible dimension that everyone living. It is each technology that supports the principle of sustainability in the planet. Sustainability is environmental sustainability, virtual sustainability. The scale of the green tech reaches 50 billion by 2027. These are some of the technologies that supporting the green tech. We can see the IoT, the cloud computing, AI, the analytics, and the blockchain. In 2020, the scale of the market between 8 to 12 billion USD. In 2027, it is expected to reach 50 billion USD. One of the use cases is the digital supply chain, the smart buildings, and we heard in some of the startup approaches to support such building, so it's supported in this sector. Here we are clearing the scale of investment in the green tech and the other technology supporting this. In the last years, it reaches 5 billion USD. During 5 years, it doubled 10 times to 10 billion USD dollar. The metaverse is constituting as an experience which gathers between the physical reality and the virtual reality. It creates a lot of study cases for the individual and for the facility and even for the governments. It depends on so many levels. The last level as end users, is the level of experience, but in reality it depends on 6 levels, starting from infrastructure and interaction, communicating between human beings, and decentralization, spatial computer, which is the VR, AR, etc. It is difficult to reach the level, a mature level, and competing when it comes to the experience, unless we reach very high levels in the supporting technologies of this wide conception. So, CITC is the regulator of telecommunication here in KSA. It was the digital regulator from the ITU. This concept is constituting, reflect a reality lived by the CITC by the recent years after scan studies and interaction with the market. That information technology is one of the light industry that does not endure harsh systems like the other sectors. So the principles of the innovation then regulation has believed by the CITC and updated regulator tools with the guidance instead of harsh systems. One of the works done by CITC is increasing adopting the startup technology, or sometimes issuing comforting messages for the market when it comes to the large scale technologies. As a regulator, at the beginning, it leaves the the space for the market. It could interfere or not, depending on the changes of the market. So one of the regulators issued by CITC is the computer cloud, where so many companies supporting and maturing in providing this services. And when it comes to the system framework of Internet of Things, and we also the trial environment in so many technologies that requires an environment, a safe environment for the promising mindset to try the model with a certain segment of clients, hand in hand with a regulator that gives incentives for such models. And thankfully, and I'll be talking about it in details, and it had a great support. CITC has launched so many licenses and agreements. One of them is the connected vehicles 2 years ago. No, there is no connected vehicles here in KSA. Now we have more than 20 brands here in KSA that given these agreements, and hopefully we will reaching autonomous vehicle and 5G that we mentioned it earlier. CITC, to be transparent as a regulator, we launched the initiative of the consultant group, as my colleague has mentioned in their presentation. It gathers supply and demand, and the supportive sector, whether it's a regulator and the financial supporter, in a dynamic way and in a continuous way, to be transparent and given incentives, and also amendment of such regulation for a certain sector. When it comes to the regulator environment has been launched in May. We had a lot of orders. It focuses on two areas. The first one is to have a safe environment to try the models, and also to give CITC the knowledge dimension, what to regulate and not to regulate, what we keep it on the incentive and support. There are a lot of technology in this environment to the computer cloud and digital twin and spatial computing and all its technologies, VXR, ER. This is like I mentioned, the vehicles, the connected vehicles. Today we granted until this day 24 brand an agreement to start these works. Also, we have a tech platform. We talked a lot about it today. I'll briefly talk about it. It's a platform that gathers all the companies working in CITC and the startup technology here in KSA, and identify the classification that they are working in concisely. For instance, when someone is saying, I want a company in the blockchain, so he would, for instance, talk about the Ministry of Commerce. And from this platform, we can know the 5 main levels, which is the hardware, software, the internet services, cloud and data center. I can know exactly which each technology company from these classification. We didn't stop here. We also have a sub or a branch classification of these main classification, which reaches 30 branches. When we say wearable, if we said the software, when we is it IS, etc. Today, thankfully, we register more than 500 companies. We are targeting more larger companies by the end of this year and the coming years. Thank you so much for your attentive listening. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdelaziz Al-Batli, and on the fruitful presentation on the future trends of the opportunities of entrepreneurial projects. It is very obvious from the excitement shown on your face to know about the more initiative, but unfortunately we reached the end of this first day, and we hope to see you tomorrow to continue to enable the Digital Technology Forum, and we would like to mention that the exhibition is still open until 7 p.m. Thank you so much.